I'm back. Sort of. I can't really move. I am still not okay. So I feel like I'm very like the way that I'm operating right now. It's kind of it's a little, I feel like Stephen Hawking. I don't know if I can say that, but just like how I'm typing on my computer. I genuinely cannot move to the right. So, anyway, I suffer from neck problems like that too, Tiger. Oh, dude, wait, where's my fucking... It's right here. I've gone through like this whole thing. This is Tiger Balm. Been sitting up in hospital bed literally all day yesterday. All day yesterday, I was just sitting up. Switching, like sitting up in bed because I could not do anything. Just switching between ice and heat. I can't see a chiropractor. I can't do anything right now. And like, it's a little bit better today, but it's too painful. I think I sprained my neck. Yeah, so, what's up, everyone? Happy Monday. How are we doing? Neck problems is no excuse not to serve. Wait, I actually need this. I do. All right, Anonymous, what is going on with all... Who is Babylon Official? I have one guess. Babylon Official, thanks for all the donations before I even went live. Wait, where's my camera? Oh, God. Okay, wait. There I am. Can't believe that I didn't even notice that I was gone. All right, hold on. Pistol Pete, thank you for the 14 months. Hexing, thank you for the gifted. Anonymous, thank you for the bits. Hexing, thank you for the 7 months. Ghost, thank you for the 15 months. And whoever is Babylon Official must be a new member of the community. Thank you for all the donations. Biotites, thank you for the 5 months. Yeah, so on the menu tonight, if we make it to the watch party, is 3-hour-long Babylon, which will be me sitting here watching it like this. Jax, thank you so much for the 14 months. Yeah, so what happened is, I don't know. I was sleeping and I woke up and I couldn't move my neck. Oh my God, Anonymous. There it is. There it is. A 50 banger. For Babylon. No relation to Babylon Official account whatsoever. Holy shit. Honestly, you know what? A 3-hour movie is just what I need. Headbanging stream later tonight. Yeah, we'll see if I get crazy. Anyway, you guys, I genuinely don't know. You can't spell Babylon without a non. So true. I don't know what happened other than I'm in... I don't know. I'm in my 30s and then I guess this will happen sometimes. I don't know! All I was doing was sleeping. And I woke up and I literally, my neck, my back, my pussy, and my crack. So I couldn't move yesterday and I was icing and heating and putting Tiger Balm on. Yeah, so anybody's suggesting Tiger Balm, don't you worry. I've gone through like this whole tube. Guess I slept too hard. I've had arthritis in my neck for close to 20 years now. Biofreeze, also neck stretches. Yeah, I can't stretch until the pain starts to lessen because I think I like pulled all my ligaments. My neck feels sprained. This is why if I didn't have to sleep, I wouldn't fucking sleep. It happens if your head's resting weirdly on your pillow. Yeah, I know. I know. Y'all, one day you're fine, and then the next day you've got some frozen carrots on your neck. The problem is I have to film all day tomorrow, so I'm really hoping that this is significantly better by tomorrow. One day you're fine and the next day you're 40. I will say it does feel better from yesterday. It is better from how yesterday was, so I do feel confidence that it will be better tomorrow, but I'm also taking a ton of ibuprofen, so I've started asking for neck pain braces and pillows as gifts. Yeah, I didn't know that I needed those things, but oh my god, even just like dipping my neck down, I can feel it all on the right side. It's like my neck and my traps. Is it just one day of filming? No, I'm filming tomorrow and I'm filming on Friday. And then Saturday I have to go to San Antonio to do this convention with junior high kids where we're going to talk about being in esports and tech. Wait, what? Nick thinks he will body. I mean, if okay. Well, I mean, I'm not in
maybe you.
I cannot wait for this year's game day when I'm playing 30 pounds lighter than I was, 40 pounds lighter than the last time. I cannot wait. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to kill everybody. Like, just I'm going to see Caroline. Boom!
We just need
what the fuck?
Maybe you.
I cannot wait for this year's game day when I'm playing 30 pounds lighter than I was, 40 pounds lighter than the last time. I cannot wait.
What is going on with you,
I'm going to go
Roxair?
out there and I'm going to kill everybody. Like, just
it'll be fun.
like, I'm going to see Caroline. Boom!
Okay. First of all, if you can reach me, then good luck, Nicholas. Good luck. I say as I can't move my neck right now. Because I, too, have a few tricks up my sleeve. I, too, have changed since last year's game day. And Nick's not going to know what hit him. Yeah, I do have a Theragun. I can't use it yet, though, because it's the injury is still too fresh. If you can push through it to stretch the muscle, it will help loosen, but yeah, if nothing else touched it. I keep Robux in my vanity now. Yeah, I will say, like, the icing, the heat, the Tiger Balm, the ibuprofen. I think it's working. When do you think we'll get to watch party? I'd like to get there no later than 8 for reals. Because Babylon is long. Hamster Raptor, thank you for the gifted sub. No, we're definitely not doing it one. Because I have to I have to be on set at like 9. And I gotta make sure that I do all my icing and heating and all that shit. He's talking smack to the greatest dodgeballer on Twitch. Yeah. You know what? Would he say those things to David Beckham? Or like LeBron James? Yeah, actually, probably he would. He probably would. Dude, how sick is it that it's April Fool's today and this isn't a joke? How do you mess up your neck sleeping? It's not a joke. But I actually would like to discuss April Fool's because my take is why? Why is April Fool's still a thing? I don't understand. Does anybody actually enjoy this day? If I have to see one more Instagram story or tweet from someone I know who's like, me and so broke up, I'm like, you guys! Ah, fuck. It's fun to be silly. I don't know. Maybe I'm just really cynical now. I think being in pain has changed me. I think, yeah, or the I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant or we're getting divorced or we broke up. The best joke was Kik announcing they signed Hassan. That's pretty funny. I think I'm just in a no mood for silly jokes. Tohoku University professor Hiroshi Yoshida estimates that without an amendment to the law that mandates couples share a surname by the year 2531, everyone in Japan will be a Sato. This is apparently not a bit. Will be a Sato? What? I wonder what the equivalent in American society would be. Like, what is the last name Sato equal to in it's like Smith? Wait, if someone April Fools me to break up, I would likely turn around. Okay, funny story about that. My sister's friend last year on April Fools pretended that she and her boyfriend had broken up. Because, I don't know, I guess that's a classic April Fool's joke. And then a week later, they actually did. A week later, they actually broke up, and when my friend told my sister went, haha, I don't understand why you're still continuing this joke. She's like, no, it's actually for real. We have actually broken up. It's like, well, Peter, the girl who cried wolf, don't jinx your relationships. Yeah. Okay, let's look into why April Fool's is still a thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a Scrooge here. But I genuinely don't understand this day. And I think it's because it's always the same jokes. It's literally always like the we broke up or I'm pregnant. This one had me for a second. Is this the Kick one? Oh no, I did see this one. Okay, this one was actually kind of funny. TMZ reports that Twitter user Club Chalamet was arrested outside of Timothy Chalamet's New York apartment earlier this afternoon. Oh, see, this is how you do April Fools. But see, this is funny on any other day too. True. This is funny because it could happen. Like, you would not be surprised if this turned out to be real. This is you when you get older.
your outfit. You look stunning. You look timeless.
You know, the best part of dressing up is a person like yourself who sees it.
It's fashion!
And I think almost feels a sense of romance or other time. So I really appreciate your comment.
Thank you.
Because those kinds of comments really make me realize that there's something to be gained by putting out a sense of romance in the world.
You ain't wrong, Queen.
Yeah.
You have an amazing day, beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
You ain't wrong, Queen.
Excuse
Oh my god. Gosh, that's so cute. That is giving fashion vibes. So cute. Difficult Emily, thank you for the difficult Emily. Thank you for the 5 months. Read out loud. Thank you for the 12 months.
Quan love, quan love, quan love, quan love, quan love.
Ahem. Hamdrafter, thank you for the gifted, and Spudding, thank you for the 7 months. There's a good short vid about why April Fools is still popular. God damn it! Ah! Ah! Fuck you!
Is movie nights only Sundays?
Fuck you! Okay, that's it. I'm officially killing. Was this supposed to be some stupid fucking April Fool's thing? Katie, you were. I know, you tried. You tried. It was like 1 second. 1 second difference. And I've been saying that. I would pay for a stream where you explain memes you learned from us to your mom. Oh my god. That would actually be the funniest fucking stream ever. Me learning things from you guys and then teaching it to my mom, who I could just picture her. I can picture her. She'd be like, but I don't understand. She'd be like, wait. Like the Chinese food one. This would be her face. She'd be like, I don't get it. She would just do this. I don't get it. On company time, thank you for the 10 months. Oh my god, potion seller. My dad would find things funny. My mom just simply would not understand. She literally will do this where she'll go, I don't get it. But she won't be laughing. Yeah. I was on the phone with my mom yesterday and I called somebody a cunt. And like my mom gets weirded out if I say fuck. Very mom disapproved. Yeah. It was also about a family member of hers. And afterwards I was like, you know I'm right though. Okay. I'm gonna take a little break from icing this. Yup. Try explaining poop sock. I don't even know how I would do that. When mom finds poop sock. Yeah, I went from once upon a time never swearing in front of my mother to now I just am really unhinged. And say anything and everything. My mom gets mad if I say cunt, but it's fine with every other curse word. It's just funny because in Australia, everybody says cunt. It's not a big deal, mate. Okay, I'm gonna put this ice. Oh, fucking hell, mate. Okay, alrighty. Put a little tiger balm on. Alright, let's read about April Fools. Historians are unsure of the exact source of the tradition, but they do know that the custom goes back centuries. At least back to Renaissance. Look, back in the day though, they had nothing else to do. Of course they were gonna do shenanigans and pranks. It was either that or like you just died of tuberculosis. They didn't have much time. They didn't have much fun. What are some famous April Fool's Day pranks? In 1957, the BBC ran a broadcast on the Italian spaghetti harvest that pretended the pasta was being harvested by trees. What? Wait, let me look at this clip.
It isn't only in Britain that spring this year has taken everyone by surprise. Here, in the Ticino, on the borders of Switzerland and Italy, the slopes overlooking Lake Lugano have already burst into flower. at least a fortnight earlier than usual. But what, you may ask, has the early and welcome arrival of bees and blossom to do with food? Well, it's simply that the past winter, one of the mildest in living memory, has had its effect in other ways as well.
UP.
Most important of all, it's resulted in an exceptionally heavy spaghetti crop. The last 2 weeks of March
so
are an anxious
silly.
time for the spaghetti farmer. There's always the chance of a late frost, which, while not entirely ruining the crop, generally impairs the flavor and makes it difficult for him to obtain top prices in world markets. But now these dangers are over, and the spaghetti harvest goes forward.
Stop.
Spaghetti
the old
cultivation
narrated
here
art,
in Switzerland
yes.
is not, of course, carried out on anything like the
Carried
tremendous
out?
scale of the Italian industry.
It is
Many
like an
of
old
you, I'm
SNL
sure, will have
sketch.
seen pictures of the vast spaghetti plantations in the Po Valley.
KP, thank
For the
you
Swiss,
for the 6
however,
months.
it tends to be more of a family affair. Another reason why this may be a bumper year lies in the virtual disappearance of the spaghetti weevil, the tiny creature whose depredations have caused much concern in the past. After picking, the spaghetti is laid out to dry in the warm
What I
alpine
love
sun.
about this, okay, this is perfect. This is a perfect prank because it's so harmless. It's so silly. And people still got mad at it. And just like how seriously they did the whole broadcast. It's cute.
Many people are often puzzled by the fact that spaghetti is produced at such uniform length. But this is the result of many years of patient endeavor by plant breeders who've succeeded in producing the perfect spaghetti. And now, the harvest is marked by a traditional meal. Toasts to the new crop
really
are drunk
mad.
in
I
these
brought an entire
boccalinos.
spaghetti orchard 'cause
And
of
then
this.
the waiters enter, bearing the ceremonial
fuck?
dish. And it is, of course, spaghetti. Picked earlier in the day, dried in the sun, and so brought fresh from garden to table at the very peak of condition. For those who love this dish, there's nothing like real homegrown spaghetti.
Oh man. So, it was one of the first times that television has been used to stage an April Fool. Some viewers failed to see the funny side of the broadcast and criticized the BBC for airing the item. Okay, those people are like me. They're like, no fun. No jokes. Others were so intrigued they wanted to find out where they could purchase their very own spaghetti bush. Oh my god. There was a Canadian commercial about house hippos, but it wasn't April Fool's. It was supposed to teach kids not to believe everything they see on TV, but all of us kids ignored that part.
All is quiet. Or is it?
Oh my
The North American
gosh.
house hippo is found throughout Canada and the eastern United States. House hippos are very timid creatures and are rarely seen, but they will defend their territory if provoked. They come out at night to search for food, water, and materials for their nests. The favorite foods of the house hippo are chips, raisins, and the crumbs from peanut butter on toast. They build their nests in bedroom closets, using lost mittens, dryer lint, and bits of string.
They're so
The nests have to be very
cute.
soft and warm. House hippos sleep about 16 hours a day.
Wait, I
That
want one.
Really real. But you knew it couldn't be true, didn't you? That's why it's good to think about what you're watching on TV and ask questions, kind of like you just did.
Wait, I'm obsessed that they have this part at the end, but not a single child paid attention to it. They were like, house hippos! Yay! I want a house hippo! Oh, excuse me, they're Canadian. I want a house hippo, eh? Same with the Pacific Northwest tree octopus. Yeah, no, the thing is that you can't show kids cute things as a way of teaching them how to discern fake news from real news, because all you're going to care about is the cute thing. The Pacific Northwest tree octopus can be found in the temperate rainforests of the Olympic Peninsula on the west coast of North America. Their habitat lies on the eastern side of the Olympic mountain range, adjacent to Hood Canal. These solitary cephalopods reach an average size of 30 to 33 centimeters. Like, we believed Harry Potter was real. Yes, exactly. There were some of us who were waiting to get our letters. La Ballin, thank you for the 6 months. They use this to teach us media literacy with websites, but like, all you're gonna look at this, all you're gonna do when you see this is go, I want a tree octopus. Give me, Mummy, Daddy, I want a squirrel now. Daddy, get me a squirrel. Canadian prank in World War II they told no one about.
On February 19th, 1942, Winnipeg's mayor F.H. Young addresses the citizens over the radio and tells them to remain calm and obey the instructions of their conquerors. Meanwhile, an incredulous populace is reading a public declaration of the death penalty for...
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Canada pretended that the Nazis were invading? No fucking way. What would happen if Nazi Germany invaded Canada? You don't need to imagine. In 1942, the government of Mackenzie King launched a propaganda effort that simulates Canada falling under Hitler's yoke. Why? For the war economy, of course. What?
Anyone who resists the German army. A Nazi occupation of Canada? Not quite. If Day is a demonstration to the public of what would happen if they don't open their wallets to pay for the war effort, and the Axis powers would win the Second World War.
I'm sorry. This is actually insane. This is so unserious of Canada. What? What was going on? We were not taught this in school. Mackenzie King was fucking insane. He talked to his dead dog and shit. Like, yeah, there are many reasons why Canada was never going to be invaded by the Nazis. One, because how? Logistically, it was never something to worry about. Man, Canada was over here. Were they this bored, or they had the time to create this propaganda effort, to create this propaganda campaign, pretending like the Nazis had invaded?
This is On the Home Front, a sub-series of World War II in real time. Today, we will be talking a lot about money and what you need it for, which, as we all know, it makes the world go round. I'm Anna Deinhardt. As 20th century science and technology advances, this has a great effect on the character of warfare, especially the war in the skies. But the development of, for instance, military aircraft has also become far costlier since it began during the Great War.
They dress Canadians
Instead of
as
wood
Nazi
and canvas,
soldiers?
more expensive metal airframes are used. Together with the advancements in engine and avionic technologies, that means that a plane now costs more than twice as much as 30 years earlier. Now, forgive me if I dabble in some basic economics for a moment, but we need to look a little bit at what makes a wartime economy extra problematic. As we shall see, wartime economics creates economic growth, but it's not like normal growth. Let's say, for example, it's peacetime again, and you make...
Mackenzie King literally proclaimed on how soft Hitler's hands were when he shook them. How did I miss all this lore?
Tractors. You sell the tractors to farmers who grow things that feed people who can now make cars, so that you can buy a car with the money you made with the tractors, and so on. But the industrial production of ammunition, military equipment, and arms is a lossy business. These products simply don't generate economic growth other than having to be replaced when lost. Like got shot and destroyed, blown up. In fact, on a macroeconomic level, they eliminate money. Interesting, right?
What's wrong
the
with
products
soft
get
hands?
destroyed or destroy other things. They're used to kill people who would otherwise contribute to the global economy. For the nations at war, it means that their disposable income is decreasing while the costs are growing. So war is in fact a bad business, not the opposite. So how do you pay for it all? Give me your ideas. Borrow money from other nations? Sure, but that only solves part of the problem, right? And at some point you're going to have to pay it back. You will have contracts to do so. For instance, Great Britain is still burdened by the crushing national debt resulting from the Great War when the new war breaks out. Think of that. Vastly oversimplified. The problem
Yeah,
with
war
borrowing
is
from another
only good for like a few people.
nation is that when you pay it back, that money leaves your national economy. Say bye-bye now. This is where the population comes in. You see, despite these problems I just outlined, a wartime industrial
And if
mass
you're one of those
production
people,
does boost the economy. And in many places, it even increases household
golden.
wages. To tap into that potential source of income, higher taxes and, more importantly, war bonds are introduced to pay for the war. Look at me there. This also slows down inflation due to the higher household incomes by taking disposable income out of circulation. For now. In effect, the war bond is simply a loan to the states that will be repaid with fixed interest at some point after the war is over. Money that then goes back into the national economy. The war bonds come with the added benefit that they activate the wider population for the war effort. It creates a feeling of personal participation, of doing your bit, so to say. We are in government program called the Fire Funds. I will give you an example. Produced by in just 1 month, he gets local businesses, city councils, and individuals to start raising funds for additional production of aircraft and ammunition. With £5,000, you can buy a Spitfire fighter and get to name it. Crazy, right? But you see, that can have a very personal meaning. For example, the widowed American-born Lady Rachel McRoberts of Tolland, Aberdeenshire, has already lost 3 sons during the war when she donates enough funds to get naming rights for 4 aircrafts. 3 are named after her fallen sons, and the 4th, McRoberts' Reply. For Beaverbrook, it also has personal effects when his good friend Winston Churchill becomes Prime Minister and appoints him Minister of Aircraft Production. At the same time, in the US, not yet part of the war, preparations for similar things are already underway. US President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's administration has already set the goals for wartime production by the end of 1940. A year later, when the nation is pulled into the war, Roosevelt activates what he calls the arsenal of
This video is super interesting, but I just want like a shorter. Let me see this one.
At 7 a.m. on February 19th, 1942, an air raid siren filled the air.
I want to
over
hear the
Winnipeg,
story
Canada.
of this.
Before long, the city was subjected to a large-scale Nazi attack. As the enemy drew closer to Winnipeg's downtown streets, 3,500 Canadian soldiers, reservists, and volunteers defended the city. However, the Canadians ultimately succumbed to the Nazi invaders at around 9:30 a.m. The city was then renamed Himmlerstadt after high-ranking Nazi officer and head of the SS Heinrich Himmler, while local teachers, priests, and politicians were arrested and taken into internment camps. Books were also incinerated on the front steps of Carnegie Library, and Nazi-approved music and speeches echoed on every home radio. Even the Canadian currency was replaced by Reichsmarks. However, there was nothing real about the distressing invasion. In reality, the raid was an elaborate ploy aimed to show the citizens of Manitoba what life would be like under an oppressive Nazi regime, instilling...
It's like, I think we get it. I don't think you have to do a whole theatrical play here. Okay? I think people understand that things would be bad if we were all, if the world was taken over by Hitler. Fuck.
A sense of fear in them, and thus bolstering donations to the Canadian war effort. Allied Canada. Canada joined World War II in September of 1939. And 3 years later, the country was on a total war footing.
Winnipeg is across the border
Over in the
from North
European
Dakota.
theater,
How the fuck would they even
Canadian
get
soldiers
there?
were beginning to arrive in England and readying themselves for a potential German invasion.
They just
Meanwhile,
dropped
Canadian
down
fighter
from the
pilots
sky.
roamed the islands up in the skies, hoping to fend off any approaching German raiders. And the Navy and Merchant Marines protected the seas from U-boats in the battle for the Atlantic, providing vital support for the Allies. With thousands of men enlisting into the Canadian Armed Forces, local industrial production and manufacturing mostly turned to the production of weapons, artillery, ships, aircraft, armored vehicles, medical supplies, uniforms, and other wartime equipment. The nation only had a population of just over 11.5 million, so the government mobilized and restructured the nation's resources to pay for such an effort.
What?
Several kinds of war bonds and war savings methods were also issued, including victory bonds and loans sold to individuals and corporations to allow for the ever-increasing war spending. While the victory bonds were massively successful during the first years of the war, the government was running out of ways to convince the population to collaborate by the end of 1941. As such, several events were planned to encourage the population to buy bonds and continue the war effort. One of them was a colossal fake invasion. Faking an invasion.
Do you think that there was anyone in Winnipeg who was like, hey, you guys, I don't think this is real. How would this happen? Or was everyone just totally convinced that the Nazis had invaded?
The war seemed distant for the Canadians in Winnipeg, the capital and largest city of the Manitoba province in southeastern Canada, bordering Minnesota and North Dakota. So, to encourage the acquisition of war bonds, the Winnipeg government began brainstorming a large and unique event for early 1942. While the initial plans called for an event to light beacon fires of freedom all across Canada, entrepreneur John Draper
was it on
Perrin,
April 1st?
chairman of the National War
If it was,
Finance
it's
Committee,
excused.
had another, more daring idea. Perrin believed that bringing the war to people's homes through a staged invasion could ignite a change of perspective within the public, giving the Manitoban residents a close look at what life would be like if the Axis powers took over their freedom,
Yeah,
thus
it'd be
scaring
bad,
them into
bro.
buying bonds and loans. The plan was soon approved. Operation If Day, or Si un jour in French, called for a large-scale fake Nazi invasion.
If I did it.
It would be the most significant military maneuver in the city's history, and only the second victory alone campaign of World War II.
Okay, it just goes to show how geographically inconvenient it would be to invade a city like Winnipeg, considering that it was, what did he just say here?
Fake Nazi invasion. It would be the most significant military maneuver in the city's history. And
The most significant military maneuver in the city's history. Meaning, ain't nobody going to be invading Winnipeg, and so the most significant military maneuver is their own fake invasion.
and only the second victory alone campaign of World War II. The operation was planned for February 16th, 1942,
Like, nobody's going to
with other events
Winnipeg!
continuing until March. The fundraising target was set at $45 million, including $24.5 million from Winnipeg citizens. To make the invasion seem as accurate as possible, the organizers considered even the smallest details, including renting German army uniforms complete with belts, badges, boots, and helmets from a Hollywood.
Here, let's just quickly look at a map. Okay. So, here's the border United States, okay, with Winnipeg. Like it just no one would invade Winnipeg. No, they would not go there. Canada is not a real place. Just remember that. That's what you gotta remember.
Supplier. Meanwhile, the campaign was publicized on local radio and in newspapers days before the event to inform the citizens about the mock invasion. And to prevent a rush of citizens to emergency shelters, residents of neighboring northern Minnesota were also warned about the event, as radio broadcasts dramatizing the event would be received in that area. Still, the famed Third Reich invasion would surprise more than one. The setup. On February 19th, 1942, IF Day began with Nazi patrols arriving in the city just before 5:30
War
a.m.
of the Worlds.
15 minutes later, Nazi soldiers stormed a radio announcer's cabin, detained him and his microphone, and commandeered citywide broadcasts. On Winnipeg's west side, the Nazi troops, commanded by Erich von Nuremberg, began to assemble for a staged attack.
Did they
The faux
like
Nazi
put out a
troops,
casting
wearing
call?
the rented uniforms and sporting saber scars on their faces, were members of the young men's section of the Winnipeg Board of Trade. About 3,500 actual Canadian Army members, representing all of the city's units, conformed to the Defense Forces.
This is the craziest fucking thing ever.
Commandeered by Colonels E.A. Pridham and D.S. Mackay, the troops were part of the Queen's Own Cameron Highlanders of Canada, the 5th Field Regiment, the Royal Winnipeg Rifles, the Winnipeg Grenadiers, and a small number of reserve and civilian groups. The troops then massed at Fort Osborne Barracks and the Minto and McGregor armories, forming a perimeter around the industrial and downtown areas of Winnipeg, approximately 3 miles from City Hall, retreating to a 2-mile perimeter later on. At 7 a.m., air raid sirens sounded all over Winnipeg, followed by a blackout preparing for the incoming invasion. IF Day was about to begin. Nazis in Manitoba.
Oh my god!
As an aerial blitzkrieg with mock bombings commenced, the fake Nazi troops started their simulated attack on the city. 9 troop formations held 3 positions each during the lightly scripted invasion sequence, directed via telephone and flash lamp signals from a headquarters office set inside the Chamber of Commerce building. The defensive pattern employed by the Canadian troops was similar to a technique used in World War II to conduct soldiers to the front. Light tanks were set up at the nearby road and rail junctions as the fighting intensified, while 30 anti-aircraft vehicles continued to fire blanks at fighter planes in the skies, assisted by anti-aircraft gunners on several buildings.
I'm freaking out imagining being a citizen of Winnipeg where there was nothing in the news. Of course not, because the Nazis weren't anywhere close to Winnipeg. But can you fucking imagine that the war is happening halfway, across the world, and you know that because you read the newspapers and you're paying attention to all this, and then suddenly now they've been invaded. What did they say the heads up warning was? Like, do you know what it like? I can't remember what they said in the video, the radio. But it basically was, it was like not a very big heads up whatsoever. Primrose Wren, thank you for the prime.
Dressing stations, set up in strategic locations across the city, treated mock casualties. Still, the invasion resulted in 2 actual injuries, a soldier with an ankle sprain, and a woman who injured her thumb preparing toast during the blackout. As the firefight and troop movements continued, the volunteers also simulated the destruction of major city bridges using actual dynamite, causing quite a spectacle. As planned, the defending forces were no match for the Nazis, and the opposing forces quickly began to close in. By 9:30 a.m., Winnipeg's defenders withdrew to a downtown muster point, effectively surrendering the city to the Nazi powers. Himmlerstadt. As the Union flag at Lower Fort Garry was replaced with the swastika, Winnipeg was renamed Himmlerstadt.
No.
Erich von Nuremberg, the commanding officer of the Nazi troops, was installed as a provincial leader, with George Waite as a second-in-command, acting as the local Gestapo chief. Both men stated that their purpose was to assist the Fuhrer in his plans to colonize Canada. The fake Nazis then began a widespread harassment campaign, sending armed troops throughout the city, including a tank placed on the main downtown street.
Bro, you know that there were some weirdos who had way too much fun with this. You know that they were enjoying this a little too much. The campaign was publicized in local newspapers for a few days before the event, though the invasion took many citizens by surprise. Yeah, of course.
Meanwhile, top government officials and well-known citizens
Do you
were
think they
taken
use
to an
fake
internment camp,
accents?
including
Yes.
politician Premier John Bracken and his entire cabinet, detained at a caucus meeting. Other detainees included Mayor John Queen,
We are here.
Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba Ronald Faribault McWilliams, and Wilhelm de Morgenstern,
We have
the
invaded
Norwegian ambassador
Winnipeg.
to the United States, who was visiting Winnipeg at the time of the exercise. One of the captured council members escaped, but was recaptured, followed by an intensive search. The local currency was also replaced with fake German Reichsmarks,
God, this is
marking
so
the only
much.
propaganda banknotes that Canada created during the conflict. Life under the Third Reich. Upon taking office, von Nuremberg issued a long decree, printed and posted throughout the city. Rules under German-occupied Winnipeg included a curfew, a ban on religion, no civilian gatherings of more than 8 people at one place, forced bond sale, and others.
Bro, all of this to get Canadians to buy more war bonds. They went full Nazi hog on this because they wanted Canadians to spend more money, and they're like, look, we're going to show you exactly what happens if you don't give us all your money. This is what will happen. It's not a joke.
The decree ended with a list of punishments that would be inflicted upon any civilian who broke the law. Surrounding areas were also affected by the invasion, as the Nazi
nuts.
soldiers confronted anyone they encountered along the way. In addition, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation aired the swastika over Canada, a program broadcasted on the radio throughout the province, along with military music.
Can you imagine if word gets back to Hitler and the Nazis that the Nazis took over Winnipeg? You'd be like, what is Winnipeg? Okay. This is crazy. Absolutely insane. Like, Hitler is basically, I don't know. I don't have great World War II history knowledge. What was going on in 1942? Where was the Third Reich currently? Let's see. They'd probably who probably fighting in Great Britain, France, whatever. Okay, they had a lot going on over the USSR. They had a lot going over in Europe. Where was Obama? They had a lot going on in Europe, okay? I'm just imagining them receiving word or seeing something about how Hitler has taken over a town in Canada.
And extracts of Hitler's speeches. At the local elementary schools, the principal was replaced with a Nazi educator who would dedicate all school hours to the teachings of the Third Reich. High school students learned actual lessons about the rise of World War II throughout the city. For even more realism, the Winnipeg Tribune was renamed Das Winnipeger Lügenblatt, a satirical Nazi publication featuring heavily censored columns and a front
They were
page
at the beginning of
written in German.
Stalingrad.
Another newspaper article of the day included an official Nazi government joke that all readers were ordered to laugh at or face imprisonment. What? Meanwhile, the Winnipeg Free Press featured a front-page story about the invasion, writing a detailed description of the devastation caused by the Nazis' arrival in the city. As the day continued, a book-burning event was hosted in front of the public library, with the selected works being either damaged or outdated. Nazi soldiers continued to act out around the city, stealing food from factory workers, coats from the police station,
Yeah, see, I
and even
told you
looting
they
private
enjoyed
homes.
this.
At 5:30 p.m., the If Day event ended with the release of the captured prisoners, a speech from the city's politicians, and a parade with banners encouraging the citizens to buy victory bonds.
Oh my god!
Record-breaking results. As the volunteers removed the fake decrees, Nazi flag, and other memorabilia the following day, the Manitoba province returned to normalcy, and the citizens were free once again. While fictional, the If Day exercise instilled real fear in the Manitobans, who experienced what their province would go through under the Third Reich occupation firsthand.
I guess it worked!
In a later interview, Norwegian ambassador de Morgenstern recalled his experiences with IF Day, and recalled that his natal
IF
country
Day is
allowed him
so
to confirm
crazy.
the occupation of Winnipeg as a real glimpse into the behavior and actions occurring at the time in German-ridden Europe. According to George Hoffman, who played a fake Nazi, the deception was very convincing for many, explaining, quote, "A lot of people were very uneasy and quite intimidated about this thing. Maybe it made
Yeah,
them think
because
it
they
could
went
happen
full
here.
method.
They didn't know how far these Nazis would go." With this first-hand experience, Winnipeggers finally appreciated how crucial the fight in Europe was, even for a small Canadian province. A giant billboard with the map of the Manitoba province was then installed at the city center. The map was divided into 45 sections, each representing $1 million in sold war bonds. As the campaign approached the expected goal,
Winnipeggers.
each section of the map was covered by a Union Jack sticker, which would represent the Crown taking back the province in the end. It was undeniable that the momentum was there. Ultimately, instead of the planned $45 million, more than $47 million were raised by the population, amounting to almost $700 million in today's currency. The exercise also fueled several enlistments, including the fake Nazi
Just a
George
prank,
Hoffman.
bro.
2 months after IF Day,
Obscure, thank you
Hoffman
for
and
the
several
dono.
friends enlisted with the 18th Armored Car Regiment, which later became the 12th Manitoba Dragoons. After embarking for Great Britain in August of 1942, Hoffman's encounters with Hitler's troops soon went from shooting blanks in Canada to the real thing, and the armored regiment fought in Northwest Europe until the end of the war in 1945.
Good God.
Thank you for watching Dark Docs.
Yeah, how the fuck do you pull that and then just go back to normal? How do you do that and be like, okay, folks, I guess, that's it, that's all. Thank you for your participation, even though it was against your will. And we'll see you at church. Good God. I can't believe I've never heard of this. This is a pretty well-known story around here, but lesser known is that the Germans were defeated when their vehicles were destroyed by all the potholes. The streets were quickly littered with dozens and dozens of broken down and wrecked panzers and trucks as the drivers looked to the sky in despair, shouting obscenities. The invasion failed when the frustrated soldiers gave up in frustration and sullenly trudged out of town. They were relieved to find that they were heading back to the Russian front where they could get relief from the cold. As a tribute to the valiant work of the potholes, not a single one has been repaired since 1942. That's a fucking hilarious comment. Obviously, this is a bit. Yes, you guys, the Nazis never invaded Winnipeg. Never. This is somebody who is doing a joke. This is hands down the best prank the army has ever done in 300 years. No, the I would say I'm sorry, calling it a prank is insane. Because it's not a prank, and it wasn't a prank because they had a goal other than just being silly. If they had just done it as something as a joke, then okay, you can classify that as a prank, even though fuck that. But it was to get the Winnipeggers to buy bonds. So they went full method on this is IF Day. This is what will happen if the Nazis take over. Winnipeggers, yes. That's what they're called. Respectfully, if I were to invade someone somewhere, Winnipeg would be one of the last places I'd go. Oh, yes, for sure. I think a lot of us were agreeing to that. Yeah, the invasion took many citizens by surprise. Yes. Very cool. Very cool for that to happen to you. authorized by your government officials. Just a prank, bro. Yeah, as a Canadian, Winnipeg is so mid, invade somewhere else. Man, I don't know. I think pranks are something where, okay, it illuminates a couple things. One, how gullible people are. People fall for anything and everything. But two, how most pranks are not okay unless the nature of the prank is that no one's getting hurt. So the Italian spaghetti harvest is a perfectly good prank because it's silly and no one is being traumatized. No one is like being physically and emotionally destroyed, possibly irrevocably. Like, a prank should have no lasting damage. Exactly. But it also is amazing how, I don't know, how many people are very gullible to fake news. Like, very clearly fake news. And I'm not talking about the Winnipeg invasion. I don't consider that a prank. This is really funny. In Los Angeles, airline passengers were greeted with a banner saying, "Welcome to Chicago." After landing on April 1st, 1992 in Los Angeles, they were greeted with a banner saying, "Welcome to Chicago." Okay, this is one that I would actually freak out about. I would believe, because I fall asleep on planes. Can you imagine? It's like you're Kevin McAllister. Yeah. And when I'm back in Chicago, I feel it. Yeah, I am just not, I'm just not into most pranks. Why is that song everywhere? Because of TikTok. They're the classic pranks of writing another city's name in the lawn by the airport. Yeah, that's goofy. I'm reminded of one of the worst grad pranks I've ever seen. They let 1K crickets loose in the library. Turns out the species eats paper. Oh my God. Oh, that's not good. Does Will have good pranks? He's not really a prankster. I'm trying to think if I've ever been. I don't know. I don't think he's ever pranked me. He's a very funny person and likes to joke around, but he doesn't like plan out pranks. I don't come home and look around and go, "Oh God, what did he do? What?"
Passengers flying into Gatwick were in a state of panic.
Made letters saying, "Welcome to Luton."
Air passengers flying into Gatwick.
That's really funny.
Everyone's thinking that we've been diverted.
It's in the Daily Mail, the Daily Telegraph.
What is driving the internet crazy?
That's my kind of gag.
Gotcha.
Now, I've always wanted to have a viral news story, one that attracted all the best and worst types of attention.
Max die. Thanks.
And it was when I was flying into London a few months ago that I remembered something. There was a guy in America who had written "Welcome to Cleveland" on his roof, and it's been there for the last 34 years.
He said, "Why'd you do it?" And I said, "It was Wednesday."
Only problem is, he was from Milwaukee. This was silly enough to pique my interest, and so I wanted to do my own version in the UK.
My life is just peg, peg, peg. Wait, no.
And before I figured out what I would write,
really
I needed
committed.
to find a location that would work. And in London, that was going to be harder than I thought.
I'm worried it's going to cause a backlash, and I'm not, I'm too old to deal with that at the minute.
But I haven't stopped doing silly things before.
There was a senior prank in my high school when I was a junior that involved drilling holes into this big, beautiful oak tree and pouring some kind of herbicide down the holes, killing it. Yeah, that's not a prank. That's just destruction of the environment.
When it all got tricky. And so I went out and sat on the phone for weeks, targeting every house, business, equestrian centre around Heathrow and Gatwick. I realised pretty quickly that Heathrow was never going to work. The planes fly over central London when they're coming into land, and I wasn't going to find land large enough for what I wanted. So that left me with Gatwick. A bit of investigative journalism on flight radar showed me that 75% of the landings came from the east. So this patch of land was my target. And after weeks of calling,
Yeah, pranks
I was
shouldn't be
invited for a
permanent.
site visit.
Hello, mate.
They shouldn't involve destruction.
Just to talk about some space you've got out here. She knows I'm coming today.
You're not got Ivy in boots and everything.
No, she just told us to come down at 11.
I eventually got a high vis on and had a look at the site, and it was perfect.
Rosie.
Kids in my town did
The
a
planes
prank where
weren't
they
actually
dropped
flying in from the correct
bricks
side
from a
that
bridge
day.
onto
You
oncoming
could still hear
traffic.
them as the runway was
Yeah, that's
only
attempted
yards
murder.
away. On a plane. I now needed to work out what I was going to write on this 80-metre long blank canvas.
I know I want it to be something like welcome to, but I don't know where I'm welcoming them to. I'm doing this on the back of an old script of one of my stand-up shows. Professional. I want the passengers to think genuinely for half a second that they have actually landed in the wrong place. So I was thinking of things like welcome to New York, Dublin, or welcome to Edinburgh. I just don't think it's that believable. Then the
Welcome
conversation
to
is,
Winnipeg.
where else could it be? Heathrow, City, Stansted would be quite...
A prank where you kill people. It's just a prank, bro. Yeah, you just murdered a bunch of people. Yeah, but it was a prank. That's gonna be my defense. That's my defense in court.
Quite funny. Or Luton, because there is a reputation about Luton that I am
Your
not
Honor, it
going
was just a
to
prank.
confirm or deny whether
So
I
what,
agree
no
with
jokes
that
anymore?
reputation, but it's considered to be the worst of the London airports, mainly because it's not in London. Luton is officially, objectively, according to Google, the worst rated London airport. There is data to back up this stereotype about Luton, okay? They've got their own welcome to Luton sign. Right, okay. Right, how am I gonna size this up? I need an artist.
And I had one. Introducing artist extraordinaire Angus. Angus the artist ordered a literal ton of tarpaulin to their house, and over 2 weeks, Angus got cutting, crafting, and before I knew it, it was the day of the installation.
6:45 in the morning. The last time I was in my car at this hour, I was picking up a pheasant from the side of the road. That's still warm. Slightly more exciting day today. I haven't seen the size of it. I don't know what's going to look like from the plane. It's very silly. That's the reason why we do this. Silly to the max. Hello.
I arrived at the field, and it was the
Your
first
Honor,
time
I'm
that I
just a
could
silly
see
little
all
goose.
of Angus's hard work.
Jeez. How much tarpaulin is this? 150 square meters. Should we write welcome to?
Like this? Good. Logan Paul in the suicide forest? Terrible. Burn in hell.
The first step, laying out the gigantic 3x8 metre letters.
Like a birthday card when you're running out of space. Yeah. So let's just see how big they are. I'm just quite intrigued. So this is just the top half of the O. That's a big letter. There's the E. George is working on the C. That looks big enough. It's not the first time I've said that. We're writing in massive letters, welcome to Luton. Yeah. You seem to enjoy it. I'm excited now. There's Ryanair. Are they going to be able to see it? That is the big question.
I had agreed with the landowners that the sign would be up for 6 weeks, and so this sign had to be properly installed. And
I
that
love
meant
that guy.
painstakingly hammering a peg into each individual ringlet. and there was a lot of them.
How many individual ringlets are there?
382 to be precise.
This whole exercise wasn't cheap. All in all, the land, the sign, and the installation was costing me over £4,000. But that's how far I will go to make something silly.
Oh my god!
It's just peg, peg, peg.
Just casual £4,000.
And luckily, Lightyear was here to help burden that load.
A few more
He is a
ringlets to go.
YouTuber, though.
But more on them later.
The last one.
The sign was complete, but I actually had no idea what it looked like
That
from
is
the
being
air.
committed to the
So
bit.
the very next morning, I took a flight from London Heathrow to London Gatwick via Amsterdam. And having boarded my flight in
taking
Amsterdam,
a
taking
flight
my
to
seat on
check
the left-hand
it.
side of the plane, the pilot came over the intercom to make the oddest announcement.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your flight from Amsterdam to London Gatwick. This morning I want to talk to you about Lightyear, the new investment app. But what makes Lightyear different to the other investment apps? You've never invested before? That's
Great way to do an
Lightyear
ad.
gives you a wealth of data information on the brands you want to invest in, so you can be more confident you're making the right decisions. Right now,
Very
Lightyear is
good.
available in the UK, but within a few weeks they're going to be live across the whole of Europe, and I'll let you know when. So, if you want a $10 gift from me and Lightyear to start building your investment portfolio, then download the app and use promo FOSH10. Lightyear have also asked me to remind you that when you invest, your capital is at risk, and the value of any investment can decrease as well as increase. Okay, cabin crew,
Seamless.
cabin crew for takeoff.
I have to say that the flight wasn't particularly packed. There weren't a huge amount of people to see the sign, but no matter, because as I approached Gatwick, there she was, in all her glory. And the woman behind me was a bit confused.
It says welcome to Luton. We haven't learned the Luton, have we? Over there.
Sorry to panic you there. It just said, they said welcome to Luton. I got scared for a minute.
Yeah, somebody was obviously intending on scaring people flying in.
Do that.
A mean joke.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. I thought we landed in the wrong place with the welcome to Luton sign. Yeah, sorry.
And he's literally gaslighting people on the plane.
I don't think many people on the flight really clocked it. Oh no, have I done this all for nothing? Guess it's now wait and see if anyone, I don't know.
He's like, wow,
Posts
look at the
about it.
sign.
I hope so.
Oh my gosh, why does that sign say welcome to Luton? Oh, there we go.
This tweet is popping off. I think it's on like 1,000 likes now. Just see where it goes from here, really. Hopefully it goes upwards.
Passengers flying into Gatwick were in a state of panic when they looked out of their windows to see the words "Welcome to Luton."
Someone in their garden spelt out the words "Welcome to Luton" at Gatwick Airport.
He's looking out of the plane window and he's seen this huge sign and it's completely thrown him.
Practical jokes and pranks are always cruel. Is that how do you feel, Ali? Tell me. It can be quite entertaining. Someone had a heart attack looking at that. Really?
So I'm sitting on the window seat, and all of a sudden, there's just this massive sign that says "Welcome to Luton."
The most viewed news story on the entirety of the BBC.
Passengers flying into Gatwick. What? Quite a shock.
I just got a message saying it's on the news in Portugal.
Chama-se Max Foch, junto ao aeroporto inglês de Gatwick.
Why is this going international? It's not that funny.
I think it should be there forever. I just think it's such a brilliant joke.
That's my kind of gag.
I think it's hilarious, yeah.
Okay, good.
And with all this attention, I thought it was time to cut
British.
clean.
It was you, wasn't it?
It was me.
You're the Luton, welcome to Luton man.
Yeah.
I am.
Come on.
Brilliant. That was such a brilliant video. This is like Hassan being the most viewed video on Sky News Australia as of late. Like, why? When something goes international, that's when we say it's left our targeted audience. Bloody brilliant and extremely British. Yeah. Have I seen his clip? I saw the original one. The video has like 500,000 views and it's usually like 2K. Was it just a slow fucking news day? Jeez. Lord. All right. What news do I have for us today? Coke Zero. Sky News Australia has nothing else to talk about. You know, Al Shifa was just totally bombed. Al Shifa Hospital is in complete ruins. I don't know if maybe they want to cover that. Possibly, or no. It's just, it's the clip of Hassan and a fan. That's what's important. Yeah. Have you talked about Alex Garland retiring? I have not. Let me look at this, because I swear he has said this before. And then I think he made Civil War. And now he's saying it again, that he has no plans to ever direct again. But I swear it's kind of like the Miyazaki type of, that's what I'm wondering. Is it the Miyazaki type of retiring? Because I swear when he was doing the movie Men, he also had said that he doesn't enjoy filmmaking anymore. Alex Garland's upcoming A24 blockbuster Civil War is the biggest undertaking of his career, and seems destined to become the most controversial entry in his filmography. The film, which imagines a world where political polarization causes the United States to fracture and fight a second civil war with modern military weapons, provoked strong responses after premiering at South by Southwest 2024. Some praised it as a generation-defining war epic on par with Apocalypse Now. Well, gosh. Okay, I can't say anything because I haven't seen the movie yet, but holy moly. While others felt that its politically neutral approach discredited Garland's ideas. I'm so on par with Apocalypse Now. But regardless of how the film is ultimately received, Garland thinks it might be his last film as a director. In a new interview with The Guardian, the filmmaker reiterated previous claims that he might retire from filmmaking and said he had no plans to direct another movie after Civil War. Nothing has changed, he said, when asked about previous claims that he was open to retiring from filmmaking. Okay, I'm in a very similar state. I'm not planning to direct again in the foreseeable future. I do actually love film, but filmmaking doesn't exist in a vacuum. It exists in a life and also in a broader context. I wonder if this is coming from his recent films not doing super well, and he just can't take the pressure anymore, or, you know, versus not wanting to go through the process of filmmaking. Garland said he still plans to be active as a screenwriter. He also is co-directing his Civil War military advisor Ray Mendoza's directorial debut, though he insisted it's a hands-off role, but that his anxiety about the his anxiety about the challenges of working with actors and crew members have turned him off from the process of making movies. Interesting. The pressure doesn't come from the money. It comes from the fact that you're asking people to trust something that on the face of it doesn't look very trustworthy. Garland said, citing his frustrations with excessive VFX and concerns that his careful treatment of intimate scenes in Ex Machina is not an industry norm. Alicia Vikander and Sonoya Mizuno are trusting that nudity is going to be dealt with thoughtfully and respectfully. Cinema leans toward not doing that. Huh. Yeah, I mean, look, if you don't enjoy the process of making a movie, if you have anxiety from the get-go, then it's not something that you should do. Filmmaking is, especially at that level, it's very difficult. Yes, I am. It's very difficult. It takes a lot of work. It's a lot of stress. A lot of stress. This seems reasonable to me, just considering directing as a job to enjoy or not. Yeah. I mean, oh, thank you so much. It wouldn't make any sense for him to continue directing if he genuinely does not enjoy it. Truly. And there are many reasons to not enjoy working in this industry. I've never worked as a director, but I can imagine that there are just so many stresses to the job, even though it is an amazing thing to get to be a part of making movies. I'm hoping he comes back in a decade with a banger. My feelings on Alex Garland are that I think he is certainly worthy as a filmmaker, and he's not a guy that I would want to run out of town, because he's had a couple of not so great films. Because even still, with his films that I don't like such as Men, I still like his style, and I like the types of films that he's doing, even though Men was really fucking weird, and I was very disappointed in the film. I don't know. He's not a guy that I would ever look at and be like, Alex Garland needs to stop making movies. Writing scripts is probably more enjoyable than working with a few people. Screenwriting is its own ball of, its own stresses and responsibilities, but it's also very laid back as compared to how directing can be. So if he still wants to scratch his creative itch, it absolutely makes sense for him to just focus on screenwriting versus on directing. Well, he was a great storyteller before he started directing. I'm sure he'll come back in some way. Anyway, okay. I just really quickly, I'm sure you guys saw this today because this went viral. Why is Shakira talking about Barbie now? We're done with Barbie. We're so far past having any Barbie discourse. What's going on here? And also, her take is really dumb. It's very bad. But in the first place, I don't give a shit because we're so far past this. She missed the train. I guess if you're going to have a Barbie take at this point, we're in April of 2024. Okay. That train left the station so long ago, but if you're going to have a Barbie take, have it be good. Have it be a good take. She's a mobile viewer. Yeah, Shakira Shakira is a mobile viewer. So apparently this is where the comments were made. It was some Allure cover story that she did this week. To be fair, you're right. Maybe this was from a couple months ago. Let me see if I can find out when if I were Shakira, I mean, she probably doesn't care. But if this were me and I had been interviewed months ago and I'm giving a take on something where the take train has left the station, then I would be really annoyed if my interview dropped and the one thing that's being highlighted is my take on something that happened a while ago. Anyway, she was asked her thoughts on the Oscar on Barbie, and she said, "My sons absolutely hated it. They felt that it was emasculating, and I agree to a certain extent. I'm raising 2 boys. I want them to feel powerful too while respecting women. I like pop culture when it attempts to empower women without robbing men of their possibility to be men, to also protect and provide." Girl, But also, like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not surprised that her boys didn't love Barbie. That they didn't understand why the men were presented that way is how it seems to me. You know? Why is anyone asking? I genuinely, you guys, I'm not even kidding you. I don't even want to get into this. It's not worth it for me to really get into this because the take train is so far out of the station. It's in Winnipeg. The train is in Winnipeg. Anyway, the only reason I'm bringing it up is because it was all over Twitter. And the main point I had to make was we're done with Barbie takes. We're not doing these anymore. Nobody cares. Hey, well, could you get me a napkin and a fork? Thank you so much. What's up, Speed Razor? The food is delicious. Yes, please. I would love one. Thank you so much. I'm like, I feel like a villain in some film. Me in my chair, just swiveling in the chair. Thank you. Harley, stop. Autumn Lefts, thank you for the 3 months. What am I eating? It's chicken and rice. Her boys are far too young to get it, but probably far more likely are feeding off energy that the adults were giving off while watching it if they didn't like it. Yeah, and also, I don't really care about what her little boys think of Barbie. Like, I don't need to condemn her boys. Speed Razor, thank you so much for the 10. Thank you. Appreciate it very much. The chair definitely reminds me of Dr. Evil. I feel like Dr. Evil. Why does she... Okay, Shakira agreeing with them is whack, of course. Of course. But I'm not about to take her sons to task on what these little kids thought about Barbie. Shakira, on the other hand, girl, like, what's emasculating more, Barbie or your husband cheating on you and the family with some random woman who then apparently had left a jam of jar in your fridge? Okay. No, I don't want to do this one yet. I want to do Zoe Deschanel. Did I say a jam of jar?
A good time to resub.
A jam of jar. Bloss Spam, thank you for the 18 months. Yes, a jam of jar. You only have half an hour. Yeah, I really gotta start this movie at 8. You guys don't know what a jam of jar is? Well, you're dumb. Don't ruin Zoe for me. Okay, it's not really that big of a deal. This is another thing that I don't know why we're still doing this. Why are we still denying nepotism and like trying to pretend as if this doesn't apply to us at all? Because here's the thing. There's no harm in acknowledging that if you are somebody who grows up in the industry and your parents are in the industry multiple family members are in the industry and you grow up in this town, that in itself is an advantage over some kid who grows up in like Winnipeg, whose dad is a mailman and who doesn't know, who has no sense of the industry whatsoever. And so they move out here and they have no connections. They are, totally on their own. And let me just play this clip.
Basically, when I was like 16, I was like,
Like,
here
I'm
we
out.
go. I wasn't out. I mean, still living with my parents.
Right,
So my
right.
mom, like, is an actor. My dad, like, is a cinematographer and a director. So I had like a lot of, I mean, I can't possibly emphasize enough how much like creative help I had from my.
Okay. By the way, her dad has been nominated for 6 Oscars. He's not just like, she's like, oh, he's a cinematographer. Her dad is a 6-time Oscar nominated cinematographer.
Family unit.
And her mom was on Twin Peaks. Like, her mom had a legitimate career as well.
Everyone it's funny because people will be like, oh, like nepotism. I'm like, no, my dad's a DP. Like, no one's getting jobs because their dad's a DP.
Right.
Like, it's definitely not. But, my dad is a great creative mind, and like he's such a talented person. So like incredible, like knows everything about film. My mom is a great actor and is so nurturing. And so like they both, like my mom would coach me. I need to.
Okay. Yeah. Again, her father is a 6-time Oscar nominee. Her mother was an actress. Her sister who Emily Deschanel, who's also a very successful actress and who started acting before Zoe did, meant that Zoe had an easier time navigating the industry than, like I said, some random person from Winnipeg who has no connections, whose parents are not in the industry, let alone having been nominated for Oscars. Like, her father worked on The Lion King, The Patriot, My Sister's Keeper, Passion of the Christ, Godfather, and Titanic. Okay. He's worked with some of the biggest names in Hollywood. And am I saying that her connections would be the same as someone like like Lily Depp Rose, whose father is Johnny Depp and whose mother is Vanessa Paradis? Not necessarily. But to pretend as if Zoe didn't have advantages outside of, oh, my family's really creative, so they could help me with auditions, is just like nuts. I don't know why we're acting as if people who grow up in this town and whose parents work in this industry, like that's not an advantage in and of itself. It doesn't mean that they're going to all become stars, just like not every Hank's child is going to become a legitimate actor. I know Farley will not stop. He is being insane over my chicken here. I just, this keeps fucking happening where, leave Chet out of this, where, like, for instance, I'll use myself as an example. I didn't have any advantages in the entertainment industry, but I had advantages in streaming. And it would be insane of me to act as if I didn't. Now, I will also say that I have worked very hard, and I think I deserve to be here, and I think that I am talented as a streamer, but there's no there's no harm in acknowledging the advantages that you've had that helped you at the start. Why not? It doesn't mean, but like that's so many people, you know? That's how life works. Life is about networking. Life is about having advantages that then provide you opportunities and that hopefully can give you a leg up in a world that is not fair. Nepotism, hard work can both be true. Anywho, I don't know. It just seems like every week or so now, there's an actor who's kind of slyly trying to pretend like they've never had advantages. Dakota Johnson, the reason why she did that SNL sketch about the Nepo babies, because she got, the thing she said about it was, I just find the Nepo baby discourse so boring. Like, journalists, can't you write about something else? And so when I had the chance to make fun of it, that's why I did that. I'm like, Dakota, what do you mean you find it boring? It's because you don't like that you're mentioned in the conversation. Your grandmother is Tippi Hedren. Your mother is Melanie Griffith. Your father is Don Johnson. And your stepfather is Antonio Banderas. You have grown up your entire life around celebrities, and you know, we're a celebrity from the moment you were born just because of who your family is. And it's really weird to be dismissive of that, and it will never make someone look good. Blossman, thank you for the 18 months, and Hogan, thank you for the gift to the Barbie Boys. You will never look good when you try to act like you didn't have advantages. I'm sorry. Just accept it and be open and honest about it. You know? All right, let's talk about I think I want to talk about this next. It's okay to admit you had the connections. Yeah, and it's okay to admit that that's how the fucking world works, and it's not just you. Farley, no. I give you everything in life. You can't have this. All right, so in the wake of
DSA Rose has raid.
Fenric, thank you so much for the 4 months. In the wake of the Quiet on Set series, there have been more and more people who have previous Nickelodeon stars, previous Nickelodeon employees who are voicing their opinion or giving their experience. But another thing that's been happening is the internet thinking that they are owed a statement from every single former Nickelodeon cast member. That if you're not coming out and saying anything about Dan Schneider, and by that I mean condemning Dan Schneider, then you're part of the problem. And now here we have an example of Matthew Underwood, who has been getting bullied online as to why he has stayed silent on the Quiet on Set docuseries. And so he released this statement 2 days ago. Matthew Underwood, by the way, you'll probably recognize him if I show him as a kid. Hold on. This was him. He was on Zoe 101. I think he played Zoe's love interest. Welcome in, guys. If you're just getting here. Yeah, so he had that curly hair and kind of that surfer look. Anyway, so he released this statement. I know many folks want me to respond to the Quiet on Set documentary. I'm going to share something with you that I never thought I'd have to talk about publicly, as it's honestly none of your business anyway. Yeah, it's not. People who are victimized don't owe us their story at all. And the truth is that if you are calling out, or if you're like, hey, where's Victoria Justice? Why hasn't so-and-so said anything? Where's Ariana Grande? It's probably a high likelihood that a lot of people who haven't said anything might possibly have their own stories of being abused in one way or another, okay? So I think we just need to shut the fuck up when it comes to people who formerly worked for Nickelodeon who have not said anything yet. Unless they were, for instance, supporting pedophiles at Nickelodeon, like James Marsden. I would like to know what James Marsden has to say as to why he wrote a letter in support of Dan Schneider. Anyway, but I still don't I'm not leading this shame crusade to know what James Marsden has to say. Anyway, when I was 12 years old, I was groomed and molested by my best friend's stepfather. I lost the best friends I'd ever had because I couldn't spend any time with them without feeling the personal disgust and betrayal brought on by a man I trusted as a father to me. When I was 19, I was sexually harassed and then assaulted by my agent at the time, who had spent a decent amount of time building trust with me as a friend and mentor. Again, my trust was betrayed and my self-image was crushed. I reported him to the agency and he has since been fired, although he is still active in the industry. Wow. He is still active in the industry. This experience provoked my move away from LA and ended my pursuit of acting. Why am I telling you this? Well, lately, many people have been blowing up my email telling me they hope me and my mom die and that we burn in hell. I'm being called a pedophile defender and all that jazz. I have spent many years rebuilding my self-image, and those hateful words have little effect on me today. But I imagine many of my friends in the business are being equally harassed if they aren't joining the chorus, so I'm sharing this with hope that some of you can recognize that just because a person doesn't shout from the rooftop that pedophiles are bad or that people can suck, that does not mean that they don't have their own reasons for staying silent. Good reasons, personal reasons. I have extreme empathy for anyone who's been taken advantage of by people they trusted. I hope they are all able to grow to love themselves and have great support from their family and friends in their journey of recovery. I also ask you all to take a few moments and consider why someone might not share their experiences publicly and not immediately shame them for reserving their right to privacy. I never had a bad experience working on set of a Nickelodeon show, and I never had a bad experience with Dan. I have nothing to add to the conversation that anyone would care to hear. I think this part is really important because people are chalking this up to him defending Dan Schneider. And to me, he's saying, I don't have experiences that are bad to speak on about Dan, so I didn't feel the need to release a statement. And I also have my own sexual assault and molestation trauma, like, of what happened to me. So I didn't want to get involved on this in the first place, but now here I am. So I'm going to tell you my story that has nothing to do with specifically Dan Schneider, but you all need you just need a story, right? Like, he wasn't going to lie to just fit the narrative for others. And then he says, I like to believe people have the capacity to be better humans. Dan appears to recognize that he had been an asshole in his past. I don't agree with this, but whatever. I like to believe he is fully capable of being a creator and coworker everyone can enjoy being with. Working with. I have no expectation to work with him again. This is just me wanting good for anyone who wants to be better. So please take a moment and consider that some people might not be making statements because talking about this kind of thing brings up memories and emotions that are difficult to deal with, and they have every right to be silent. I can't believe I even have to say this, but of course I don't fucking support pedophiles. Please stop wishing death upon my family, and please reconsider harassing other actors who wish to maintain their privacy. You never know who has already been a victim of the hell that you're wishing upon them. Yeah, this is crazy. I can't believe I don't know. What this says to me is it's less about actually caring for victims of CSA or, you know, any type of abuse, especially when they were children. It's less about caring for them and more about just wanting every celebrity to get in on the mix here. It's insane. I don't know. There's so much nuance to consider when we are talking about these stories of CSA and other forms of abuse. And a lot of people view this stuff as black and white. And we had this whole conversation on Saturday when I was interviewing the reporters Kat Tenbarge and Stephen Asarch about the Drake Bell situation that a lot of people online are also only able to view as black and white. They can only see Drake as a perfect victim, and can't hold space for the duality there for him to be, had been abused as a child and then grow up to perpetuate the cycle of abuse. So, great interview. I watched it last night. Hells yeah. Thank you. Anyway, this here, we're now former child actors and ones who worked for Nickelodeon are feeling forced into divulging their deepest pain to people who aren't owed it. We are not owed people's stories of being abused, okay? Now, does it help to normalize talking about abuse and hopefully getting justice for victims and to stop the cycle of abuse and to fix the culture in Hollywood? Sure, but we're not owed anyone's stories, all right? And I feel like, I don't know, I think the internet has fried a lot of people's brains into thinking that if something involves famous people, it's automatically tier gossip. Yeah, I just think that there's so much more there's a lot of complicated emotions and a lot of nuance with victims of abuse, and not everybody is going to act the way that you think they should. I think there are people who genuinely believe, oh, if I were abused by someone in Hollywood or by someone associated with Nickelodeon, I would have been telling my story. I would have been out there. And I'm sorry, but that is not for any of us to decide how people should how people should get to feel about their own abusive experiences. People feel like they're entitled to consume your trauma just because other people are more open about their very private things. Yeah. And there are some people associated who used to be associated with Nickelodeon who are very open about the trauma that they have experienced. Okay. But those people themselves are can be responsible for kind of fueling this internet craze where now a lot of people online are calling upon all of these previous Nickelodeon stars to say something, and they are ascribing guilt, or they are ascribing support for these abusers because these former Nickelodeon stars have stayed quiet, have not come forward yet. See it more as people thinking activism is getting other people to act, i.e. bullying others to tell their stories. Activist action. Right. Yeah, I don't know. It's this weird thing where a lot of people are victims of abuse. Physical, emotional, both. But being a victim of abuse does not mean that then you get to determine how others handle their own experiences with abuse and what they do with that. Because people ignorantly boast like that because without being in the situation, they don't know how actually lonely and isolating it is. People are not supportive. They do not believe victims. You feel the pressure not to speak out as soon as someone recoils the first time you hint at something being wrong. It's not easy to come out about this. Right. And I think if you have been a victim of abuse, you think that it gives you the right to determine how someone else should behave and how someone should act. And I think in this Nickelodeon situation, because a number of previous Nickelodeon cast members and crew members have come forward publicly, and a lot of them were associated with the Quiet on Set docuseries, that it then means that now there's a way that everyone who was a part of this, anyone who was a victim of this trauma or this abuse has to behave. Anyway, this is like, I don't know. The fact that we've gotten to this point where he, who has not been a part of the industry since he was assaulted by his agent at 19 years old, has had to come forward and tell his story and give people what they have been demanding, is not good. It's exactly like when people judge sexual assault victims for not saying anything before or in time. Yeah, I don't know, but the way that I've seen so many people behaving, from this to Drake Bell to just a lot of craziness happening. Not the way we need to be finding this out. Right. This was his post, or his caption. We all want to live in a better world that requires all of us to treat each other with empathy and not make assumptions about people's personal experiences. We're all feeling pain right now, and I can understand if you're angry, but harassing people who maintain their privacy and wishing death upon their families is no way to make this world better and safer for all of us. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. I have such a, I don't know. Even though I've dealt with the craziest crazies on the internet, it still blows my mind that people behave that way. Like, I can't believe that someone would send a death threat, that multiple people would send death threats to him because he hasn't said anything. But I also can believe it because I do know how the internet is. Yeah. Steph's not just him. No, it's not. I mean, I've seen so much shit directed at Victoria Justice and Ariana Grande. To ensure there's no confusion, I want to make it clear that my current agents, Lauren Green and Sam Hampton of Modern Artists Entertainment, are incredible humans who are sincere, genuine, and smart professionals in this industry. They have always listened to my concerns and watched out for my well-being. I want to thank Lauren Green for literally having my back since I was 8. The only period of my life that I wasn't represented by her was the year and a half I had this shitty experience with this other agent. Oh, it sucks. If it wasn't for Lauren and Sam, I would never have been on a screen again. As I have been informed, my words were being misunderstood around the interwebs. For further clarifications, see here. Yikes. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Fucking wild, a threaten someone for not sharing their trauma with the world. I think too, people have different reasons for why they share their trauma. And there are some people who do not see enough of an advantage to sharing their trauma to put themselves through it. And so they don't do it. You know? I don't know. It's as simple as that, where not everyone has a podcast where they expose predators. Not everyone is like looking to have a comeback in their career. Not everyone is wanting, you know, whatever reason you, especially as like a celebrity, decide to come out and share your story, and, you know, on top of that too, just getting to tell your truth and hopefully be received well by the public. A lot of people, a lot of former child stars, like, they're not part of any of this anymore because of all that. They just want to like forget about it. They want to be left alone. They never want to have to revisit it ever again. Yeah. Not sharing trauma is valid, though I feel like we're in an era where people feel like others need to trauma share all the time. Yes, we are. Yep. We definitely, it's weird because there's still so much progress to be made regarding victims of abuse. But we are also in an era where, because of therapy, because of, I don't know, other just movements to normalize sharing trauma, we're in an oversharing period. And that's called trauma dumping, of course. And I'm not referring to any of these Nickelodeon stars or any of the Quiet on Set people. You know exactly what I'm talking about, though. Right. The other side is trauma dumping. The other side is trauma dumping plus weaponized therapy speak. Sharing trauma, yet people still don't know how to respectfully handle this information. Yes, and it worries me when this is being done all online, when this is between especially public figures or influencers or people who this battle is being waged online for people online to be judge, jury, and executioner. And it is involving like really serious stories of trauma, and it makes me worried because I also think that there is a level to this that is not healthy. Telling all these random strangers the most intimate details about our trauma if we maybe haven't at all processed that. I don't think it's good to process something with the internet. Feels like a lot of people have corrected from the don't talk about it mindset to you absolutely have to talk about it or you're a bad person, when it should just be up to whatever the victim's comfortable with. Yes, or not just like you have to talk about it or you're a bad person. Obviously, that's a lot of the shit that Matthew Underwood was getting. But I think it's like this encouragement of the best thing that you can do to process your trauma, or the most important thing, is talking about it online. That's where we get into the dangerous trauma dumping, and I feel like most people trauma dump to get a response. I used to do that at least, so I can't speak for everyone. I think you're correct in that. And I think it's easy to see and to understand why that would be the case, because why else would you trauma dump like that? Twitter is not therapy or place of healing. Nice boobs in bio? What are we talking about? That's therapy for me. Nice boobs in bio. It definitely feels like an element of people thinking they know what's best for the mental health of others. I have a friend, and her ex-girlfriend was one of those people who would learn therapy terms from TikTok. And so what she would do when she was engaged in an argument with my friend is she would bring out these new terms that she had learned on TikTok. There's one that I can't remember, but basically my friend's ex-girlfriend would be very mean to her, and then my friend would say, you're being mean to me, like when they would have an argument, and the ex-girlfriend would respond by saying that it was what was it called? It was like something, I don't even know what it is because it sounds made up. It was some TikTok thing where it was like, the reason that she was being mean to her is because it was her feeling that my friend was going to be mean to her. Like it was a preemptive response. I don't fucking know. There's new terms and new definitions running wild on TikTok all the time. And basically my friend's ex-girlfriend would learn all these new things and then put that on my friend. She would just reactive. Yes. Oh my God, you're right. Reactive. What's it called? It's like reactive. I don't know. It's wild. Big rule I learned in therapy is you should never take what you learn for yourself and project that onto others. Yes, and I think we can say without a doubt, don't learn things on TikTok just as a way to be cruel to somebody who you are in a relationship with, but to get out of the but to get out of the you know, of any responsibility for your actions by throwing these made up terms at them. Premeditated meanness. Yes, it's a classic Jonah Hill. That's who I always think of when I think of somebody who is an awful person and uses therapy terms to gaslight and to have the upper hand. It's actually quite genius. Like, there is some good info on TikTok, but you have to really know the background of the creator. Yeah, I mean, it is a sign of someone being a bad person, though, if they are specifically using things from what they've learned on TikTok in order to have the upper hand in their relationship, where they are essentially blame-free. They hold no responsibility for their behavior whatsoever because they are the ones wielding these terms. Yeah, just manipulating it so that they, that they win. It's awful. I can't stand it. Okay, it's officially 8:03, so we need to get a going on our watch party because it's a long movie. It's a great movie. I think it's one that deserved to be seen by more people and deserved to have more attention. And I can't believe the argument over Margot Robbie not getting nominated for an Oscar was about Barbie and not Babylon, because she is really fucking good in Babylon. And that movie just that movie came and went. It's a crying shame. And I think since then, Damien Chazelle has been in a little bit of director jail, which is so stupid. Yeah. Damien Chazelle weighs prospects of next project after box office flop. Babylon did not work at all. During a chat on Ben Mankiewicz's podcast, Talking Pictures, the Oscar-winning auteur contemplates his future. I won't get a budget of Babylon size anytime soon, or at least not on this next one. Crazy, though. Crazy that David O. Russell has no fucking problem continuing to get big budgets for his films. The thing is, Babylon flopped, yes, at the box office, but Babylon is so much better than anything David O. Russell has put out in like the last 10 years. So it's not just putting out shitty movies and then also making no money on those movies. That's the David O. Russell style. But anyway, so yeah, it's crazy that Damien Chazelle did, you know, he did Whiplash, he did La La Land, he won, he has Oscars, and yet because Babylon had a $80 million budget before marketing costs, and I think it only ended up at $63.4 million, he has been in what we refer to as director jail. So anyway, I really think it's a shame that more people didn't see Babylon, because it really is it's an enormous feat of a film, I will say. But then his last two did not hit. I don't expect everybody to love Babylon, but it really feels like one of those movies that deserves at least to be seen. And the beginning of the film is so chaotic in a way that I have not seen done before. There are specific things that happen that you genuinely go, oh my God, that's what this movie is going to be. Okay. All right. There are incredible sequences in this, even though I didn't love that and I had no regrets. Yeah, I truly feel like the movie that Babylon is one that deserved to be seen by more people. I don't expect everyone, nor do I need everyone to love Babylon. It ain't that for me. I just wish that more people had seen it. So the way that watch parties work is it's going to be through the Watch Party app. So if you have Amazon Prime, when I pull Watch Party up, it will prompt you to log in, and you can log in. If you don't have Amazon Prime, there will be a Discord Watch Party happening. So you can join the Discord, and there will be a special watch party happening, y'all. I'm not going to last 3 hours, so I'm going to peace out and head to bed. Good night, Adekemi. Okay, so alternate viewing is to join the Discord. OMG, does it work on mobile? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Let's go to our movie rules. I gotta heat up my chicken. Hold on.
It's a groovy time for a movie time. So grab your gap.
Oh, my neck.
But don't forget to get something to eat. Delicious meat and nutritious meat.
You can't beat my meat for a special treat. Sucking on me is really neat.
Don't be a jerk and don't be a fool. Be a good neighbor and follow these rules. What are these rules? Remember to keep your shoes on at all times. Don't pull your penis out unless you really need to. Indecent exposure is a class 2 felony.
Don't talk watch. Don't talk watch. You came here watching. Don't let it work out. We still have fun.
Satan will rain down your throat with hot acid, dissolve your testicles and turn your guts into snakes. This is a copyrighted movie for Time Warner. If I find you sold it on eBay, I will break into your house and tear your wife in half.
Oh my gosh, I just found the perfect thing. Wait, this will help me not move my neck. This is what I need. Yes. Excellent. All right. You've seen Babylon 7 times in cinema. Stop. No way. You might be the biggest Babylon fan of them all. Okay, mods, who's running our movie night? Okay, let me pull up Watch Party. This is great. Anon, thank you for the gifted. Ooh. Dune is? Okay. I didn't know if Dune was able to run that still. Okay. Let me pull up Watch Party. Bum, 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 bum. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Now we're gonna go to. Hello. Hello. What are you doing in here? Your face smells like food? All right. Dune, are we ready to go? We are watching Babylon. And remember, guys, exclamation point Discord for alternate viewing. Roll the tape. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Starting watch party. Oh shit, it's starting watch. Nope. Nope. Fuck. Hello. Test. Okay. I almost fucked it up. Can I hear it? Okay. Not available in your region? Join Discord. Join the Discord. God, why does Watch Party fucking do this where it'll start and then it'll stop? But then it's still running. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Really big horse. Babylon's reception if it came out after Barbie. Maybe more people would have watched it. Because Margot was a big star, but she became an even bigger star because of Barbie. I don't know. I still think people would have been like, what is this movie? Jorbo, for you, thank you for the 4 months. Yeah, that's a fucking elephant. Yeah, this movie is just a... This is at like 100% from the get-go. Zero to 100. It's on the camera! Oh my gosh. Ricky, join the Discord if it's not available in your region. They're doing a watch party in the Discord. We must talk Poor Things this week. I finally watched. No, you need to talk Poor Things with Will. That's who loves Poor Things. Yeah, sorry if you're eating. I just saw all that elephant shit. Everybody knows that. Can't drive an elephant without a permit. Here we fucking go. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, this is about to be insane for like 15 minutes. It's unhinged. It's gonna be a lot of titties. And dicks. Man, they don't party like this anymore. Streamer Awards after party. It is just like a baccarat. This is what Republicans think LA is. Yeah. Devil worshiping. Here, you want some chicken? Illuminati parties. He is so hot, and I am. I am so mad he's not a huge star yet. This is Barbie after she's been in the real world. Ba-da-da-da-dun-dun-dun. Hmm. I am a star. Where can't you find drugs? It's a penis pogo stick. Oh, God. I forget Olivia Wilde's in this. Hey, Miss Guzzi. Come ti chiami? Alec Baldwin with Hilaria. How do you say cucumber? Oh, my bad. Oh my god. Casual. Farley, hold on. Hold on, Farley. Oh my god, I do so much cocaine. I'm always doing it. Ah. So much coke in her nose. Such a coked up convo. Like to pet. This song is so good. It's pussy. Is the whole thing a musical? No, not at all. I could pull this off. Thank you. Sing this at the next Cutie Christmas concert. And say sweat. Oh, this movie. It's only beginning. God, the soundtrack in this movie. Ba-ba-ba-na, ba-ba-ba-na. Yeah, Damien Chazelle, jazz. This is Justin Hurwitz, who has done a lot of his movies. Ba-da-da-da-da. She just throws it on the ground. Gonna tell my kids this was Barbie. Genius. Yeah, this movie is insane. Just everybody fucking. Whew. Just a casual Tuesday. Come on. Poor Manny. Not the pregnant lady. Poor guy. This was shot on 35 millimeter film. Nice. If you cannot see it in your region, join the Discord, please. Just fucking knew that was gonna happen. Yeah, the cinematography is one of the best parts of this movie. And there's the fucking title, 31 minutes in. Where was this shot? California. And like a lot of old Hollywood locations. Cinema. God. Damn, bitch, you live like this? This is how it used to be. People would just be standing outside like this. Dun 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 dun. I love how chaotic and noisy it is, and it's like, these are silent films. Ba 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 ba. What year is it supposed to be? It's 1926. The girl with the tits. No tits. The Mexican. Oh my god. Not Tim. Ah, poor Tim. We're making movies. I think most people are fine. Eh. Yikes. Anyway, back to work. It's the maestro nose. Yes. Brad is so good in this movie. Let's go. She is a star. He's just wasted now. Woo! Margot lets full loose in this movie. This is the real Barbie film. Tuck it, bro. Chat is man number 3. I feel like that's me asking tech questions on stream. God. Mindless Wasabi, thank you for the prime. God. Oh, they gotta get the sunset shot. Come on, Manny. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. I love that they have Samara. Her doppelganger. She's a fucking star! Manny! This is so good. It's just fucking blackout. God. She's only in your head. Vival! Got the shot. Ah! The fucking butterfly. That's our money shot. Just the fucking set on fire. It's Nellie Leroy, baby. Sag. Ugh, I love this track. Bum, 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 bum. Just back at it. Back at it. God. Bum, 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 bum. God, I love Margot Robbie. I'm telling you, the juxtaposition with this, how this movie is, like demonstrating the chaos of making silent films. It's how it used to be. This is cinema. Hey, it's Eric Roberts. The man who's in every movie. What year is this? 1926. Just a flash of a nipple in there. Sound picture. That joke there. He had it coming. He had it coming. He only had himself to blame. I didn't do it. So Chicago coded. Hi, Oxy. Okay, girl. Gosh. Would you screw Jack Conrad? Sir. Hmm. Yes, queen. She's no Nepo baby. Mm-mm. Oh, I want Manuel. What do you mean, crossing illegally, brother? Talking pictures. Times are a changin'. Can you imagine seeing a movie that had sound for the first time? And yes, it's the jazz singer. It would be electrifying. Everything's about to change. It's too loud to have air conditioning. Perky nips. An audio purgatory began. I'm so stressed for her. Oh my god. Not so easy switching to sound. Yeah, this is an average Caroline stream. Oh my god. Half an hour. Just casual. Oh my god. Everyone is just dripping in sweat. God, I want to kill this guy. Just dripping in sweat. He's gonna die. I can't. I can't. Jesus. Jesus. The camera guy's gonna be dead. Come on. Come on. Oh my god! We got the shot! The camera guy's dead. Well, but did he get the shot? That's what matters. He didn't record. I told you there's a lot of titties in this movie. God. Wow. Claire's a lesbian. That's an uphill battle for anyone. I can't get over whoever said I'm gonna tell my kids this is Barbie. God. Fucking men. He's one of the few real people in this movie, by the way. That's Irving Thalberg. Who's not fictionalized. Boob holding for comfort real. So real. Those fucks. God. Okay. Oh, God. Oh God! Oh God. Don't. It's scene is insane. Like, why? Ah! Oh! Let's go, lesbians. Rain, I'm singing in the rain. Then I'm happy again. That scene was. Yeah, we'll talk after the movie. Manny's making it. He's a suit now. Oh no. But she's a star. It's Manny's time. Woo! Manny and Sydney, it's their time. People care about morals. Ugh. Lesbians lose. The 20s are over. Party is coming to an end. The Nickelodeon. She's going back to Broadway. This was not the decade of excess. This was the decade of refinement. Omelette du fromage. Donnez-moi la pamplemousse. Wow, this party's so fun. Someone bringing a snake. He's like, oh, right. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well. Oh, God. That's the speech that should have been in Barbie. Oh my God. Cinema. Oh, sad. He is kind of bad, though. They're laughing at him. Who's Jane Smart's character? She is like the town's gossip columnist. Ha! Oh gosh. Brutal. Bro. Fix the fucking lighting. So sad. Ha! Clark Gable. Yeah, the movie goes like this, and then it hits the climax with the snake, and it goes shoom. It's real dark. Disparage. Yeah, he kills this. Hmm. Oof. Hmm. How is there still an hour left? Because there's so much that happens in this movie. It's crazy to think that, like, younger generations, how many of them have seen movies from the 20s and 30s? Oh. I think he's mad. That's up 1.5 million today. Have we not seen Diego Calva? That's what I said at the beginning of the movie. I'm like, where's he been? Like, this movie should have made him a star. 82. It's got a good cast and pacing, but maybe it was too long for people. Unfortunately, that was not why people hated it. God damn it. Oh, God. Yeah, this next part is a lot. Just so you guys know, I'll give you like my commentary and thoughts after. We'll talk about why this was so divisive, this movie. Tobey Maguire. Tobey Maguire. This is so. Peter Parker does not look good. so weird in this movie. Oh, this fucking guy. Pendejo. His teeth. Tobey Maguire is so fucking weird in this movie. This movie really does have a lot in it. There is so much that happens. Certainly not boring. Yeah, this is like a house of horrors. Freak show. This is just like a straight up horror movie now. That's what Nelly said. Oh, what the fuck? Oh shit. Run, Manny! I told you this is where the film just keeps descending into hell. Like if you're high right now watching this movie is a trip. Oh. queen. Mm. It's like Bob Dylan's song, "The Times They Are Changing." Surely no war will break out. Mm. Mm. Yeah, he's about to take a room in a holiday. See you on the other side. Time to go. Uh-huh. God, just push her off the fucking car. Yeah, she's fucked out of her mind. Good night, Sako. Little late, but God damn it. Hi, here I am. Yeah. Pretty cool shot. It's such a weirdo. Jeez. God. No, bro, she's... Poor Kyle was just trying to eat cereal. Sydney's alive. Seems to be doing okay. Went back to his roots. Just a footnote. There he is. Mhm. Feels strong, man. Marilyn Monroe. Sure ain't a nickel like it used to be. Singing in the rain. First time seeing stuff in color. It's Nelly. Dun, 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 dun. Cinema. Singing in the rain. Singing in the rain. Hold on, it's almost done, then we'll talk. This is the last shot. Ba 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 da 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 da. Go big or go home. Ba da dun 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 dun. Justin Hurwitz, the god that you are. Dun 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 dun. Jazz hands. Woo! There you have it, folks. There is the movie that is Babylon. Jazz hands, baby. Yeah, look. However you feel about this film, You cannot say that Damien Chazelle did not go all the fucking way with this thing. There were no inhibitions. There was a vision. There was no holding back. It was balls to the wall. It really was. Damien threw everything into this. He put his whole pussy into this. So, look, I don't expect everyone to love this movie. There is stuff about it where even if there's things you loved, I can totally accept that there are things that, don't totally work. But I admire this film so very much. And I think part of the problem with how this movie was received is people, one, didn't know, they expected something totally different. Two, it is so much. This film is, it is the most. I will not deny that, okay? There's so much that happens. There's so many genres. There's so many tonal shifts. It is over 3 hours. There's a lot of crazy shit that happens. The last third, not my favorite of in the whole film, but I loved how this was a no holds barred type of film. And it's unfortunate. It is unfortunate that when directors go all the way like this, and the movies don't make they don't make money at the box office, then they get put in director jail. And that's what's happened with Damien Chazelle. Damien Chazelle took that $80 million budget from I think this was Paramount, and he spent all $80 million of that thing, or Sony. And it was a to me, this is a masterpiece. It's messy as all hell, but I do think that this film is a masterpiece. Just with everything that's in it, and to me, it doesn't matter that not everything works. It doesn't matter that also like the last third of the film shifts so heavily. I've never seen a film that is simultaneously a love letter and a condemnation of Hollywood. Because that's what it is. Damien Chazelle loves movies. He loves the movie industry. But he also hates it. And he also understands that along the way, there's been so much horror and pain and racism and death and, fallen soldiers, people who along the way were shining stars that got snuffed out. And I genuinely, I'm still on Watch Party? Okay, thank you. I genuinely think this is one of those movies. This is one of those movies that in 10 years, I think people will look at differently. I think it's going to be one of those films that gains fans later in life. Like, I think there just needs to be some distance. I even think now, I've seen a resurgence with Babylon Conversation. Because Babylon came out in 2022, and truly this film flopped. It absolutely flopped, and it only received one Oscar nomination, and that was for sound. And then it lost to All Quiet on the Western Front, which, I'm sorry, is fucking insane. That is insane that it lost. Ridiculous. So the movie totally flopped, and there were a lot of people who hated this movie. And I don't think that they knew why they hated the movie. I don't think it's that they could express why they hate it. It was so polarizing. But since then, I think people have already changed their tune on Babylon. Those who loved it even more. those who hate it, not all of them, but like came around and realized that they misjudged the film or that they actually appreciate things about the film that they didn't once upon a time. There's also like a lot of people who've watched Babylon since then who knew that the film was polarizing, and yet when they see it, they're like, oh, wow, I can't believe I almost would have missed watching this movie. Okay, here's film updates. Jacob Elordi and Diego Calva to play lovers in film adaptation of On Swift Horses. Fuck yes. Because that's the thing. Diego Calva is incredible. He's so good in the movie. And that should have been like a defining career moment for him. And yet the film flopped. It was not appreciated at all. It was so polarizing. Elordi plays Julius, a war veteran who has found himself in Las Vegas. There he meets Henry Calva, a blackjack artist. Henry and Julius's love burns in the shadows until Henry is forced to flee. Fuck yes. Ugh. Look at his gay little earring. Oh my God. Yes. Yes. It was such a fun watch. I was never bored. I say this as someone who can't sit through movies. Truly. That movie is long. It's 3 hours, but there's so much that happens in it. And every scene is a visual feast. And yes, it shifts from genre and tone. And for some people, it doesn't work. It's too much. The last third, they're like, what the fuck is going on? To me, the second time that I watched it, I actually interpreted it more metaphorically. I looked at it as Manny's career is ascending in the, as an executive, he starts to lose his soul. Like he has the scene with Sydney where he makes him darken his skin, and you can see that he is losing his humanity and himself to the to the brutality of being an executive and succeeding in Hollywood. And so I think, like, I don't know, the second time through when I watched it, I saw it as like descending through the levels of hell. And so he gets to a point where he's succeeding as an executive, but he loses his soul, and it's actually like how he gets out. So it's ultimately good for him. It's good that he's able to get out, even though it's very tragic. I feel like the freak show stuff was a criticism of modern filmmaking. Yeah, I think there's so many ways that you can interpret it. And I also think it's totally fine if you're like, sequence didn't work for me. It was too long. It was too blah, blah, blah. I think another way to interpret it is that, a lot of the first third of the film, the excesses of Hollywood and Los Angeles are above ground and front and center. A lot of what was happening down in the dungeons in the final third, you could have seen how that might have been happening at the party in the opening, like the sex and the circus type characters. But as things started to change in society, like there's so much that changes not just in Hollywood, but also in the world. But we're seeing that all reflected in Hollywood. And we're seeing, like, as society and the world changes, how does that change what's going on in Hollywood, and how does that change the lives of Sydney and Jack and Nellie and Manny and Lady Faju, these characters who the film focuses on. All of them go through so much change. And ultimately, it's not all of them make it through. But the party also becomes I think, do you mean the first party becomes a funeral? No, I mean, there's the girl who dies at the party. There's a lot of crazy stuff that happens. However, I think the reflection of all of this kind of debaucherous type of lifestyle, this debaucherous lifestyle happening then below ground, where now it's seedy, now it's like a freak show, now it's horrific, and all these, anybody who is a representative of that time, if you don't conform to society, like, you get shoved underground. There's so much going on in the movie, you have to rewatch it to take it all. Yeah, and I also think upon a rewatch, you interpret things differently, you take away different things. The fact that each of their character arcs change are affected by the changing of the industry, cinema, Chazelle, you genius. Yeah, I genuinely, there's just so much about this movie that after having seen it twice now, I can't call this anything. I can't not call it a masterpiece. From the visuals to the score to the editing and the pacing in the film to the mix of genres. I don't know. I don't think that every single thing in a film has to work for it to be a masterpiece. And I think so. I truly think the inhibition and the ambition of the movie is so admirable to me that I'm like grateful that we have this film. And it sucks because I don't know if Damien Chazelle will ever make a movie like this again, because he's in director jail. What happens is, when you reach for the moon and when you make a film like this, where it's kind of it's almost like his Opus Dei, but it didn't do well financially. And it doesn't matter that he's had successful films before this one. That was it. It was like a it was like a, I don't know. It's almost interesting because I feel as if there's a message to be had there in his movie himself, where Damien Chazelle has Oscars. He has like successful films and is both, an auteur and someone who does very well at the box office. And yet one film where he swings for the fences and does not, at least financially, like at the box office, hit the fences, then means that he has lost the privilege, at least for the time being, to do something like that again. I'm concerned about the people who called it boring. Like, what is engaging to you? There are criticisms about that film that I will accept, and I'll say, yeah, for sure. But then there are criticisms that I truly don't think are legitimate, and I don't think that people who hated this film when it first came out could even define why they hated it. I don't know. It was like people going in on the length, going in on it dragging, being boring. I just don't think those things are true. And I also am curious, okay, well then, did you watch Oppenheimer? Like, did you watch Avatar? Like, did you watch another movie that was 3 hours and did you feel that same way? That's what I'm saying. I was like, it was not boring. It was not boring. You don't have to love that movie, but I truly don't think that you can call that movie boring. And I think if you call that movie boring, it kind of delegitimizes your opinion on the film, because you can't look at that movie and take away from it that it was boring. It's worrisome to me if you would call that film boring. Anyway. Yup. This is my 8th time watching the film. Oh my gosh. You've seen it 8 times? That is 24 hours. I gave it and continue to give it a 4/4. I'm so curious why you've seen it 8 times. Like, that's fascinating to me. I don't even know if a movie that I would give a 7 out of 10, I would watch 8 times. 5th time watching. Okay, some of you have seen this movie. Wow. Oh my gosh. Manny's life hanging on Nellie's gambling debts was... So let me just, like, to be fair, one criticism that I have with the film is that I don't think Nellie is a sympathetic character at the end of the film. I don't think the movie is about their love. I don't think it's about their relationship. I think it's about the love of film, but also how fucking brutal it is. Like, ultimately, that movie to me is not about it's not led by an interpersonal relationship in the movie. That's not what's front and center. It's about the movie industry. I'm gonna watch it many times, and I'm Indian. Bollywood movies are long as fuck, so I'm ready. All right, put a 1 in chat if that was the first time that you've seen Babylon, because I will say I am very impressed. I am very impressed if that was your first time and you spent your evening here. Yeah, I assume a lot of you it's your first time. And you spent your evening here watching the full 3-hour movie with chat. First time and loved it. Yeah, man, I just think, you know what the best parts of the movie are? The best parts of the movie are the filmmaking sequences. Just the frenetic energy and the chaos and the blood and sweat and tears. That, to me, was how I felt Justin Chazelle, or Damien Chazelle, was making that movie. I can't imagine how he would be anything less than pouring his blood, sweat, and tears into that movie, and what it took, you know, what it required to make that movie. And so I love those sequences, and those to me are the you know, that's the core of the film is, and I think that's what he's trying to say. I think Damien's really, truly, this is a love letter and a condemnation of the film industry, where movies are this weird, wacky, incredible, ever-changing art form. And like Christopher Nolan said when he won his Best Director Oscar, movies are still so new compared to so many art forms. Movies really, you know, they're less than a century old. And so everybody who's come, you know, from this point and previously feels like it's in the beginning of this art form still. Wait, what? Yap. Anyway, would you play Among Us with us if we did right now? Dude, my neck is like fucking broken. I can hardly move. Wait, you're playing Among Us right? Isn't it like 1:30? No, in like 30. I can't because I'm filming tomorrow. That's perfect. Ian, thank you so much for the 5 months. No, I have to be on set all day tomorrow. So I basically am just doing movie night. And then I also, my neck is like fucking broken. Okay, fine. I'll just take the host. Are you streaming right now? Oh, you're doing a 24-hour stream. Oh. This is actually the perfect neck brace, you guys. You messed up your neck too. Yeah, I don't know if I pinched a nerve or if I pulled some ligaments or something, but I've been fucked up. I had to cancel stream yesterday. My neck be busted. Oh, what was I saying? Anyway, what else can I say on that movie? It's a shame that all of the debate over Margot Robbie getting nominated for Best Actress happened on Barbie. I don't know. To me, if you've seen Barbie and you've seen Babylon, it's so far and away obvious that the choice is Babylon. If Margot was Robbied. If of those two movies, what she should have been nominated for was Babylon. She acted her fucking ass off. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane that there wasn't any consideration for her. Nothing. And there was no Margot got Robbied. Who's your weakest link of the movie? Look, don't get mad. Lady Faju, I just don't totally get the character. Like, I do, but to me, not the strongest character in the film. I do think that the one moment in Margot Robbie's interpersonal life where she feels legitimate romance, or that there's like, I don't know, that it's like something that's good for her, was whatever was going on with Lady Faju, but it was so brief. Like, they just never really got into that, didn't have more depth. Not Tobey Maguire's character. Well, I was going to say his too. I was going to say the two that were weakest to me were Lady Faju and then then Tobey Maguire's character. It's just so bizarre. Yeah. I think that was a common problem with most of the characters, is we just didn't get to see more of their internal wants and needs and struggles. Brad Pitt's an exception, I think. I think we got a lot of like what was going on with him, but basically we see these people, excess of life, everyone's chaotic, running around, and then everyone starts to suffer, everyone starts to fall off. Like, we don't really have a lot of moments with Margot that are not incredibly fucking heightened, where either she is manically happy and things are going well for her in acting, or she's doing something crazy like the snake thing. I mean, the snake thing is the turning point for like when everything gets really dark. But the snake thing, her throwing up at the party, like those kinds of things were, to me, very over the top and a little silly. Sydney's story arc was the most straightforward. I thought we were going to get that with her dad and her being angry with him, but he's just kind of, yeah, there were a lot of main characters with pretty much different storylines. It's tough to flesh each one out. Right, and ultimately, it was not about the relationships between the characters, and it was not about, like, one love story in particular. It was about the film industry. That's what it was. And it was about each of these people's relationships and experiences to this industry and to the art of making movies. I wish we could have gotten more of Sydney's interior life, but that's not the focus. Right. Totally. So that's why, like, criticism that's like that, criticizing the characters for their lack of interior life, for their not, for the relationship between the romance between Manny and Nellie being underdeveloped, totally perfect, totally valid. I accept that. I don't accept people saying the movie was boring. But to me, because of what I think Damien Chazelle was intending to be the, who was the main character in the film, or what was the main message of the film, and it was about movies. And it was about, it was looking at how the industry has changed, specifically starting in the 20s, and then when things changed from silent films to talkie films, which changed everything. And then from there, how it kept morphing, and at the end of the day, a lot of these stars have come and gone. A lot of them were chewed up, spit out, left on the side of the road, and yet the one thing that has persisted are the movies, cinema. I was okay with the lack of development. The characters more like archetypes than actual people. Yeah. The parallel with Singing in the Rain. God genius. Yeah, man. I'm blending into the chair. Look like a caterpillar. I know. It's because I'm wearing all black and the neck thing is all black. I'm just a floating head. What do you think was the point of the entire asshole of Los Angeles? You mean the Tobey Maguire part? I explained that. I think you can interpret that multiple ways. The second time I watched the movie, I interpreted it as being a metaphor for Manny's life as he's starting to succeed as an executive, becoming more successful but losing his humanity, kind of like Dante's Inferno, descending through the layers of hell until he reaches that final level and realizes that he can't be a part of it. Anyway, I saw that interpretation the second time. I also think it's showing how much the world has changed, that something that would have not been considered to be a freak show in the 20s and would have been at one of these wild bacchanal type of parties was then condemned by society and shoved into the, underground and was seedy, and it was part of this lifestyle then that was gross and nasty and controversial and dark, and perhaps also is a metaphor for the super dark, seedy underbelly parts of Hollywood today, where once upon a time it was just all out there, but then it got shoved underground, and the part that was presented publicly was morality, and we are we are good and have values. Do you think that they didn't give more Oscars to it because it would look like self-sucking? No, I genuinely think that critics were very torn on this film. Critics and audience were very torn on this film. Silo Simon, thank you so much for the 19 months. I don't know. It's one of those movies that it came out, and yeah, because Hollywood loves self-sucking. I mean, look at La La Land. What's interesting is that I think that this and La La Land was also directed by Damien Chazelle. To me, Babylon is almost the antithesis to La La Land, where La La Land is very sentimental. It's very stars in your eyes, and the characters both, there's tragedy to it, but they both end on a high note, successful, but look at each other as like a, bygone era. And Riverboat Jack, thank you so much for the raid. But yet they end up on top, both of them, in their careers. And it's very dreamy, and it, envisions this, it envisions this world of Los Angeles that does kind of feel like you're looking through rose-colored glasses, and it's just got that vibe to it. Whereas Babylon feels the exact opposite from La La Land in both message and vibes. Would all the tits have made them snub it? No. No, I don't think the tits would have been the thing that ruined the movie. They're like, oh man, I would have given it a best picture nomination, but too many fucking tits. Oh, too many tits. Oh, you guys. Okay, it's 11:45, so before I keep yammering on, because I did tell Ms. Kip that I'm not gonna play, Among Us, because I gotta be on set all day. Speaking of making movies, speaking of cinema, I mean, it's not cinema, it's not movies. I'm filming a TV episode tomorrow, but still cinema. If anyone has music that can top that final score for using in a montage of Twitch clips, let me know. I've been searching for months. Nothing beats it. Nothing beats it. Nothing. It's incredible that this film did not get more attention for the soundtrack. How the fuck did it lose? Ba-da-ba-ba-da. I don't know how this lost to the same 3 notes or same 4 notes. That was what's it called? All Quiet on the Western Front. Can I ask about the project you're on? Oh yeah, I'm just filming a very small role on an ABC show. Tomorrow. I'm filming tomorrow and Friday. Very small role. But it's the first time I'll have been on a studio lot in a long time. It's been some time. We're getting back to making cinema. Yes, my character's name is Sarah, and I'm a reporter. So hopefully my neck is all fixed by then. I'm gonna send you guys to Emma Langman. She is streaming. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed Babylon tonight. I'm amazed that we even had that many people who stuck around. I gotta be honest. I thought this was gonna be like me, Anonymous, and maybe 20 other people. So, the fact that so many of you watch this with us and so many of you watch it for the first time is amazing. Fuck yeah. Thank you guys. I will be streaming tomorrow. I will be live. We're all Babylon cultists now. Yes. I'll probably be live around 5:30. Thank you so much for joining me for movie night. I hope that we can still do movie night tomorrow because it will be the last watch party. Tomorrow night will be the last watch party. So I'm pretty sure we get to do it tomorrow. Oh, sevens, everyone. God, I love this. Anonymous, I don't think anything can beat this. All right, good night, everybody.